This is 225659 LT. This is Royal Village LLC versus Robert Emode. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Steve Robinson appearing on behalf of the
Sir, your name for the record?
Robert J. Eman.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the bench trial in this matter. Have the parties had an opportunity to speak?
We have previously in the mediations, but it hasn't worked.
Mr. Robinson, are you ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
You have all necessary documents and witnesses?
I do, Your Honor.
Sir, are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
You have all necessary documents and witnesses?
Yes.
Any opening statements, sir?
No, Your Honor, I just asked, I know that these are relatives of Mr. Eman. I'm not sure if they're testifying or not.
No.
No? I'm sorry, sir, you say you do have all necessary documents and witnesses?
I don't have no witnesses. I'm here because she says I'm subleasing her property or whatever,
Okay,
and I want to see her proof.
Mr. Robinson said no opening statement. Is there an opening statement you'd like to make?
Yes, the open statement.
Not your, I'm sorry.
The open statement I gotta say is, I'm not property subleasing. You
Oh.
know what I'm saying? That's it.
Okay. Your first witness, sir.
Your Honor, plaintiff calls Linda Brown.
Ms. Brown, I'll have you stop at this podium right here in the middle. Spell your first and last name for me, please.
It's Linda, Linda Brown, Brown.
Raise your right hand. Do you,
Hyphenated Thornsberry, Thornsberry.
Mr. Robinson, include her whole name, would you please?
Did you get married?
Dude, catch up. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you much. Come have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me, please. Mary Ann is recording your testimony. If she can't hear you, I'll ask you to raise your voice or pull the microphone closer to your mouth, okay? Your witness, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Brown, what do you go by?
Brown at the
Okay.
office.
Ms. Brown, could you please state your name for the record again?
Linda Brown, Thornsberry.
And in what capacity are you related to Royal Village LLC?
I'm the manager,
And how long have you been the manager?
10 years.
And in your capacity as manager of Royal Village LLC, are you aware of the tenants at Royal Village?
Yes.
And is one of the tenants Robert, I'm sorry, sir. is it
Eman.
Robert Eman,
Yes.
and do you know his address?
5943 Pan Am. Romulus.
Is there a unit number for that, or is that?
He just goes by his address.
And how long, to your knowledge, has Mr. Eman been residing?
He's been there since 9/30 of 2016.
And is Mr. Eman the sole tenant of that unit?
Yes.
And from the time that he moved in, was he the sole tenant of the unit?
Yes.
Now, you served upon Mr. Eman the notice to quit for termination of tenancy. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
He has lots of tenants that he leases to rent out rooms or spaces in his trailer.
And how are you aware of that?
I get phone calls from people, but I do have a voicemail that puts that into perspective. It's on my phone right here.
Okay, and could you put that into perspective for the court? Were you notified of someone?
Yes, this lady's name is Lisa that left me a message, and she said that she had subleased from him, and then something went wrong and he had kicked her out, and she was calling to complain to me. And I told her I couldn't do anything about her and what was going on with her.
Okay. And other than that, are you aware of any other instances where Mr. Eman was subleasing?
There is numerous people that are at his place, always in and out. There's traffic there. There's people staying there all hours. He had a guy just come there and stay that ended up passing away at his house. I don't know the terms of why he passed away, but he did pass away at his house. We've caught people coming out of his house, going around the corner and literally doing tricks on our side street. And I couldn't catch that girl. I just know she had red hair. Then we've had numerous complaints of people driving up, doing like a little quick exchange, and then they leave. And this is nothing that we have on proof. This is something that we've just seen and
Who is
I've
we?
witnessed. Me and like other people in the park have called me and complained about it, other tenants.
Sorry, Mr. Robinson.
That's okay. Now, just going back to the issue of the subleasing, is that allowed in your park?
No, it's not.
As far as you're aware, does the city allow you or a tenant to sublease?
Not that I'm aware of.
And is there anything that you're aware of about the physical nature of Mr. Eamon's unit that would make you believe that it's being sublet?
I have heard that he has put his house in like little sections where people can like lay on this mattress, lay on this mattress, lay on this mattress, kind of a thing like that. And I did have a tenant who did live with him before she actually became a tenant. And she had said that he had multiple people coming in and out that day. Unfortunately, she couldn't come here today. But she had submitted a letter, but we couldn't use it.
Okay, so other than the issue as to the subleasing, you had indicated that there were other issues of concern. And then specifically in your complaint, you stated MCL 600.5775. Section A, use of site for unlawful purposes.
Yeah, there will be people sitting on the porch and we've seen them do drugs on the porch. Smoking weed, it's not a big thing for weed, but we have seen them like smoking a crack pipe and doing things on the porch, you know, and he says it doesn't carry from his house, but it does. It goes out of in my park and we've had them steal from other people. We've had, like the traffic is just horrendous at this place. And this is the one thing that we don't allow. We don't want the traffic to keep coming in as much. It is like a quick in, you know, wreak havoc and then leave, or, you know, stay in. And there's been fights. There's been, you know, people that's gotten fights off of his premises, but it kind of links back to his house.
Is that also in the complaint, MCL 600.5775-2B, which indicates the health, safety, welfare of the park, its employees or tenants? Your testimony goes to that issue too.
Yes, the tenants around him are afraid because there's people there all hours of the night and their loud noises, sorry, loudness and everything. And the tenants are afraid to live around him. You know, it's to the point where some of them are like, should we move? We don't want to be here for this.
Okay, is that, and again, referencing MCL 600.5775-2B subsection, to the quiet enjoyment of other tenants, same testimony.
Yes.
There also. Are you aware of any police runs to this particular unit?
I just picked up 2022's police runs to that house. I have them on the desk.
And do you know how many runs that there were?
I did not get a chance to look at it.
Have you ever notified Mr. Eamon of these particular issues?
We've had our shouting matches.
Okay, would that be a yes?
Yes,
And what is his response to that then?
he doesn't sublease. He knows his rules and his laws and he doesn't sublease.
So other than what you've just testified to as subleasing and the other issues, are there any other specific issues you want this court to know about as to why you believe that there's just cause to terminate this tenancy?
Just the high traffic and the subleasing and the people that congregate there. Other than that, I mean, no, he pays his rent. He thinks because he pays his rent on time that saves him, but it doesn't. And he cleans his yard up like he's supposed to, but the other people is what's the bad part about it.
No further questions, then.
Thank you. Sir,
Yeah, I like that. Can I say something to her?
it's your opportunity to cross-examine her. Understand that you'll have an opportunity to testify if you'd like. These are your questions to Ms. Brown.
Yes, I just want to know, it's kind, I don't know how to explain this, but the people that she is blaming is the people that live in the park that she evicted already this last year.
Sir, question,
So,
no.
I'm just trying to understand this. I'm trying to understand this. I hang out with them, they're my friends, but they live in her park. She approved them in the park. And she just evicted them this last year.
Mr.
The
Ema?
people she's talking about.
What I'm saying to you is that at some point, when Mr. Robinson rests his case, if you want to testify about why you believe you should not be evicted, I'll swear you in and you'll give your testimony.
Okay.
Right now is your opportunity to ask her questions about either the things she just testified with Mr. Robinson about, or specific questions you have to her regarding today's case,
Okay. the
if that
question I-
makes sense to you.
Yes.
Okay.
The only question I ask is, how do you believe that I'm subleasing? I got friends that come to my house and play video games and watch movies. That's what we do there. I don't have sections in my house.
I have a voicemail.
Dude, I got pictures of my TVs hanging on the wall where we play video games and watch movies, and I'm allowed to do that. It's my trailer. It's your property. I understand and respect you on that, but it's my trailer. I can have my friends come over and play video games and watch movies every night if I choose to.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just being real about it.
Do you have questions for her?
I don't know what kind of questions should I ask her. to be
I don't-
honest with you.
I don't know, you know, because you live there. You've heard what she's testified to.
Well,
Hold on. No, no.
testifying is wrong. She got her data all wrong. The
In-
people
Interrupting
didn't-
me does not help.
Okay,
Just hear me out.
okay.
I don't know what the basis of your defense is to the claim of just cause termination. She has now testified that she has these neighbor issues, there's a redhead prostitute, that there's crack smoking on your
But that's
porch.
in her park. That's her problem, not mine. I'm in the park with them. That's what I'm trying to understand. I mean, I'm sorry, I mean.
No, you're not sorry, because I've cautioned you and you want to persist, it's fine. Do you have questions for Ms. Brown?
No.
Thank you. Ma'am, you may step down. Your next witness, sir.
Your Honor, the plaintiff's called Annette Ferguson.
Ma'am, come straight up to this podium in front of me, please.
Good morning.
Good morning. State your first and last name and then spell them both.
Annette Ferguson, Annette, last name Furgerson.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you much. Please come have a seat up here in the black chair that's closest to me. My secretary is recording your testimony. If she can't hear you, I ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay?
I speak also.
Thank you. Your witness, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Ferguson.
Good morning.
Could you, again, state your name for the record?
Annette Ferguson,
And Ms. Ferguson, where do you live?
5964 Pan Am Street, Romulus, Michigan, 48174.
And is that located in Royal Village?
It's located inside of Royal Village, yes.
How long have you resided there?
3 years.
And in relationship to Mr. Eman's unit, where are you in relationship to him?
Just a neighbor.
Well, approximately how far?
Oh, just right across the street. I live right here and he lives, like, there's a trailer that sits here and he lives in the one next to it. So kind of like he's this way.
Let the record reflect, it looks like that might be referred to as kitty corner.
To the left of my trailer. Across the road.
And you can see his unit.
Yes, I can.
And can you briefly describe to the court what, if any, issues you've had with Mr. Eman?
The one issue that I have had with him is that he has allowed people in and out of his home that are drug users. Girls go in and trade themselves for drugs.
How do you know that?
My son stepped out of my yard into his yard back in September, met up with a girl that he had living in his home. She took and dropped him off in a trap house, left him there, and now my son's incarcerated in Wayne County Jail because of things from his people's drug use that rubbed off on my son. Actually, they got him stuck into it.
You indicated there's a high traffic volume.
Yes, there is. There's people in and out of his home all hours of the day. I do have cameras. I don't have my phone with me though. There's girls that come in, go out. There's guys that come in, go out. There's been overdoses in his home. There's a person who's died in his home. It's It's gotta stop. I'm a single grandparent raising my 9-year-old granddaughter, and I'm afraid to let her outside.
And when you say you're afraid to let her outside, can you be a little bit more detailed to the point?
I don't want her to see the activities going on out there. Just, that's simple. There's just too much activity across the street, and I don't want her involved or to see any of it.
And does anyone else live with you?
I take care of my 67-year-old sister who has dementia as well.
I have no further questions, Madam.
Thank you. Sir, do you have any questions for her?
Yes, I do. You said, that my roommate or whatever, girl lived with me, got your son addicted. Wasn't your son addicted before he met her? And didn't she live next door with Kevin?
You allowed her to move into your home.
I
after
allowed her
Ben
to-
throws
I
Hold
her
on,
out.
sir, let her finish answering the question.
My son had a good job. My son was making
Yeah, but he was
$17
recovering
an
addict.
hour. He was not on drugs at the time of his
Yes, he
employment.
was.
He began,
Sir.
he began smoking crack with Brittany, who was in your home. She got him into a trap house and left him there. Now he's incarcerated in prison. I reflect that back off on you. Thank you. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
can I say something?
You can ask your question.
Okay. You say that. Is it not true that your son, like I'm trying to tell you, your son was addicted before that because he was hanging out with other guys like Drew and he was hanging out with Josh? They're the ones that got him addicted.
I'll object, Your Honor. I'm not sure if there was a question or if that's just editorial.
I thought the question was that he was addicted by these two other people, not by Brittany.
Yeah, I think that was the previous question. I'm just wondering
Yeah,
as to
it was.
as to this statement right now, whether there was.
I thought that was a question. You were asking
Yeah, I was
Ms.
asking-
Ferguson,
I was
were those the
asking-
two people that got her son addicted?
I'm sorry, Judge.
I thought that was the
Yeah,
question.
that was the
No, my
question.
son was not on drugs at the time this happened. My son who had a good job. My son was working. My son was just coming out of a marriage, moving back home with me. And when Red and Amanda were over at your home, there were more drug people in your home. Red took him over to the Roadway Motel, and Brittany too. If Eddie could be here in court, he would testify the same thing. It was Brittany that dropped him off and got him
Okay,
started on crack. and
okay,
put him in dosage.
I don't know what to say here, because, I mean, how's that reflect me? That's the people that
It's the-
lived in the trailer park, yeah, they come and hang out in my house, play video games and movies,
Mhm.
but how's that reflect on me? Do I do drugs?
I don't know what you do, Rob. I'm not your friend.
I don't do drugs, you know that, and you sit here pretending like you're not my friend, you're sitting there all summer long being my friend.
I've not. talked to you
Wait,
since
wait,
my
wait.
son was
There's, hold
incarcerated.
on. There's not a question in
Thank
front
you.
of you. Now, again, sir, you will have the opportunity to testify if that's what you wish to do, but this is a time where you question the witnesses, you cross-examine the witnesses.
Okay.
And if you're done with your questions with
Yeah,
Ms.
I'm done with my
Ferguson,
questions, because I want to be a saying, because I gotta speak. I'm
the
sorry.
way, no. The way it happens is the plaintiff puts on their case and then they rest, and then you put on your case.
Okay.
And I understand that you're representing yourself, but we have rules here, and when you don't follow the rules in the courtroom where I'm asking you to follow the rules, it makes me concerned about your ability to follow rules in general.
I'm
Does that
sorry.
make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
Judge.
no,
I'm
don't-
just
don't-
new to this.
Don't apologize, just follow the rules,
Okay,
okay? Do you have any other questions for Ms. Ferguson?
no, I don't.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Any other witnesses, Mr. Robinson?
Your Honor, I'll call Mr. Eman.
Stop at the podium for me, please. Yep, stop right there. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Come have a seat in the black chair. You've heard the spiel. Mary Ann can't hear you. I'll ask you to raise your voice or move the microphone closer.
Good morning, Mr. Eman. Could you
Good
please
morning.
state your name for the record? one more time?
Robert J. Eman,
And Mr. Eman, where do you live?
5943 Pam Street.
I'm sorry.
5943 Pam Street.
If I can just offer a suggestion, sometimes when you have your hand by your mouth, the microphone doesn't. Okay. How long have you resided there?
About, I say about 8 to 6 years, or 6 to 8 years.
During that time, have you ever received any compensation or received any money from anyone for their right to reside in the unit?
There was one time,
When was that?
that was like in 2004 with Earl.
And other than that time, has anyone else resided in your unit?
No, everybody, like I had,
It's a yes or no?
No.
question. No one has ever resided in that unit,
like you're talking about paying rent or,
living there.
yeah, I had some people live there but didn't pay rent.
Okay, did they give you any other type of compensation?
The only thing they did was chipping on food and the bills.
Okay, so they were paying you to stay at your place, correct?
No, they were buying their own food and,
And chipping it, correct?
yeah, they were chipping in.
And is your particular unit right now, do you have anything in your unit that separates different sections of your,
No, I got 3 bedrooms.
okay, that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, you know a person by the name of Lisa?
No, I don't know a Lisa.
You never subletted a unit to a person named Lisa?
No.
Now, Mr. Eman, have the police ever been called to your particular unit?
Yes, one time.
Just one time?
Yes, one time.
On December 2nd of this year, were the police called to your unit?
Yes,
Okay, for what reason?
because my buddy died. He got out of jail and he had a heart attack and he died.
Okay, how do you know he had a heart attack?
Because he was out in the freezing cold. He had nowhere to go. And he banged on my door at 3 o'clock in the morning, talking about he was cold. He was staying out in the woods with another buddy of mine. You know, like at a little TP tent.
Okay. Do you know a John Crosswaite?
John, who?
Crosthwaite.
No.
Were the police called to your unit on October 2nd? You recall?
Oh, you're talking about Randy.
Yes.
Okay.
I think he goes by
Okay,
Randy.
Yes. Randy, yes.
okay.
That's my roommate that she approved of.
Okay, so you had a roommate there, correct?
Yes, and she approved of it.
Okay, do you have anything to show the?
And
court
he's
that-
still here. He's still living with me.
Okay.
No, she just verbally said he could stay there, because I told her, I went to the office on the 1st, I told her he was staying with me. He lived in there, and he sold his trailer.
Okay,
And I told her he's staying with me, and she had no problem with that. She didn't tell me nothing. She's like, okay, just give him the rules. She gave me the rules to give to him.
were the police called to your unit on October 2nd, do you recall?
Yeah, about him, yes.
What was the reason for that?
He, I don't know how to say it, dude, you know what I'm saying? It's his personal business.
Did he have a drug overdose?
No. That's a lie. He had a heart attack on Viagra.
You're talking about Randy now.
Yes,
Okay.
He's 60-something years old.
When you lean back like that, she's just recording.
He's 60-something years old and he was trying to, do his thing.
On May 8th, 2022, were the police called to your unit for something about Brenda and her son?
Brenda and her son. Who's
Yeah.
Brenda?
Was there a Brenda living at your house?
No, Brittany. And she wasn't living, she was just hanging out there.
Does she have a son?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. It's, sir, because you're representing yourself, it's hard to cross-examine yourself. So if there's anything that Mr. Robinson just asked you that you specifically want to respond to, we'll hear it right now. If there's some other unrelated things you want to testify to, I'll call you back to the stand to testify, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay,
No.
no? Okay, you can go back to where you were before, please, and thank you. Any other witnesses, Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, plaintiff's rest.
Thank you. Mr. Iman, before you get too far, if you would like to actually testify on your own behalf, you can do it from the table or you can do it from the chair. It doesn't matter to me, but whatever your testimony is, Mr. Robinson will then have the opportunity to cross-examine you on that testimony.
Okay.
So where do you want to give your testimony from?
It doesn't matter, go over here.
Thank you, sir. Your case.
Okay, the only thing I want to testify is, I know I wasn't subleasing. I did help people out in the past. And then she told me to quit, and I did quit. But I got a lot of people, and I'm gonna be real, I know everybody in the trailer park, and I got a lot of family and friends that come over and we play video games and watch movies. And I do that on a normal basis, because, you know, I'm on social security, I don't work. You know what I'm saying? So I got nothing to do. I'm bored. So I have people come over. I like company. I have a lot of people, and I had got to know everybody in the trailer park. And I don't understand with her, what she was saying,
Her
because,
who?
because her son would come over and hang out too and watch movies with me.
Her is Ms. Ferguson?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Miss Ferguson. Her son would come over and hang out too. You know what I'm saying? He'll play video games and watch movies. I don't know why she don't remember that. That's what I don't understand. And it's not my fault that her son, her sister's son is addicted and came to my house asking for dope. And I told him, I don't know where to get it, and I don't want you to get it. And then he ends up going next door and living next door. So I'm just trying to understand what is going on here. They're saying that sublease. All this right here has nothing to do with sublease. I'm not renting any rooms out in my home. I'm not renting my home out to anybody. I have few people come over. Some people stay the night. I'm just gonna be real about it. I have people stay the night, and we have movie and game night. Now, I do have pit friends that do drugs. Everybody does. The whole damn trailer park's full of drug addicts. And I'm just gonna be real about it. Everybody's drug addicts in there. Her son, my friends, even the people that Linda knows, they're all drug addicts. They're alcoholic drug addicts, you know, so, I mean, I'm just trying to understand where I'm getting punished for this, you know what I'm saying? And why she's trying to take my home. The only thing I got from it is I put a lot of money, I invested all my SSI, you know, like my stimulus and everything on this trailer, and all of a sudden I'm being threatened to be my trailer taken after that. That's what I don't understand. That's why I got an issue with her. Because after I told her and I showed the pictures of what I did in my place, now she's always threatened to throw me out. Now, all of a sudden, after like 6 years, now you're trying to throw me out. I just don't understand this. And I'm confused and upset, and I'm trying to keep my cool about it, you know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to really talk, you know, I'm bipolar or whatever, I got emotions.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to understand the whole concept of this. You know, I'm not renting no rooms, I'm not getting nothing. I'm still broke. You know, I still wear the same clothes from last year. I mean, I wear where she's getting this. Because if I got money for people, I'll be dressed and looking good. I'm constantly broke. I ain't gonna lie, I do help people out. You know what I'm saying? I let them come and stay the night a few nights. I'm just gonna be real and be truthful with you about it. When somebody's homeless, yeah, I'll let them stay a couple nights. I'm not gonna lie about it. I do let them stay the night. I feel sorry for them, I feel bad for them. That's what happened to me when I was younger. You know, people let me stay the night and they helped me out. But I don't let them live with me.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Mr. Robinson,
Just a couple questions. Mr. Eaton, you just testified that you are aware of drug use in your unit.
It's all over the trailer.
That's not my question. Are you aware of it?
Yes,
What type of drugs?
all kinds, every single one of them. The whole trailer park's full.
And you had mentioned a Randy. Did Randy pay you to stay at your unit?
No, Randy does not pay me. He has no job.
He's never paid you any money?
No.
No further questions, Judge.
thank you. Mr. Eman, you may step down, sir. Mr. Eman, when we first started, you indicated that you didn't have any witnesses, that it was just your own testimony.
Mm.
So at this point, do you have anything else you want to present in defense to the termination action?
No. That's it.
Anything else, Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Closing?
I'll wait closing, Judge.
Any closing, any final remarks or you'd like to make? Thank you. Today was a day and time set for hearing on a termination of tenancy for a mobile home park. The complaint was a just cause termination. Attached to the complaint was the notice to quit that states that on August 22nd, 2022, the defendant was served by first-class mail with notice of the basis for the termination, asking that he move by August 22nd, which cannot be right, Mr. Robinson. In any event, thereafter, the summons and complaint was filed with this court on November 1st, 2022. The parties appeared before this court on January 11th, January 11th, 2023, was scheduled for trial this morning. The court has heard testimony both from the defendant and from the manager at the park that indicates that there were unauthorized or off-lease people who stayed in the unit, and that Mr. Iman received compensation from those people, either by way of splitting bills or buying food or something, not necessarily calling it rent, but there were people who were not on lease to be in that property. There's also testimony about a number of police runs causing disturbance in the park. There was testimony from Ms. Ferguson regarding the quantity of people in and out of the unit and other activities of the unit, which appeared to be in violation of the park rules. Based on the testimony of all three of the witnesses, this court will find that the plaintiff has met their burden in this case and will grant them judgment as prayed in the complaint for the termination of Mr. Iman's tenancy at 5943 Pan Am Street in the city of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan. Mr. Robinson, do you have a judgment prepared?
If the court could just let me fill in the date, I believe the writ date is 1/27. Does that sound correct?
27th would actually be the number 10 date. So would it actually be the 30th or would it be the 27th? That Friday,
I'm sorry, Judge, what date did we determine? The 30th?
30th, Monday, the 30th. Sir, with the green hoodie, your name, please?
What do you need?
My name is Brandon Akers.
Mr. Akers, your case is
Yes.
scheduled to be called in person at 10 a.m. Where are you, sir?
I was told on Zoom, and I actually have a Zoom ID for today.
Okay.
I have the
We'll have to
paperwork right
track-
here.
Hold on, hold on. We'll have to track down the other side. The court will be ready to call the case here momentarily. Please be somewhere stationary.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's why there was confusion this morning. Never dawned on me. Thank you, sir. Court has been presented with a judgment that finds that after hearing plaintiff has a right to recover possession of the mobile home site, the owner operator has established just cause for termination. Mr. Iman, an order evicting you from the property will be issued on or after January 30th, 2023. Court has signed that judgment. The file will be downstairs momentarily if you wish to wait to receive a copy. Otherwise, Civil Department will put one in the mail to the address on Pan Am.
Thank you.
That concludes this matter. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you?
I'm well. Stephen Toth, appearing on behalf of the plaintiff, Your Honor.
Mr. Akers is on television, well, on Zoom, sorry. There was some confusion. I thought when we were here, I'm sorry, you may come forward, yes. When we were here, I said live, I didn't write it. The Civil Department sends out the notices. His notice has a Zoom ID on it, so he is on Zoom. Mr. Akers, how far are you from the courthouse, sir?
45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. We could, rather than delay Mr. Toth in getting on with his day, we can proceed this way if it's acceptable to you.
It's acceptable with me, Your Honor.
Okay. This is 226076 LT. This is Jarbo versus Akers. May I have
Yep.
your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Toth, appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
Mr.
Your Honor,
Akers, state your name for, sorry.
Your Honor, I'm Brandon Akers.
Thank you. This case was scheduled last week for a second hearing. Mr. Akers was provided the wrong Zoom ID number. The court had received a proposed default judgment from the plaintiff that is stapled inside of the file. The court is ready to proceed this motion on the complaint for termination of tenancy. Mr. Toth, do you have all necessary witnesses and documents with you this morning, sir?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Akers, do you have all documents and witnesses that you need to proceed this morning, sir?
I believe me and Mr. Toth had come to an agreement
Oh,
to
let's
settle.
start with that. Mr. Toth?
Yes, Your Honor, we did have a chance to discuss this matter. We are willing to enter into a consent judgment and with proposed settlement on the record. I believe it was Bradford.
Absolutely.
We're willing to, Mr. Akers has to vacate the property on or before January 31st, 2023. In exchange, we're going to waive all past due rent, which is currently $4,400. We're going to waive his arrearages on the water bill, which is currently $580. If he vacates the property on or before the 31st, we're going to give him his security deposit back. However, if he's not out by the 31st, then he forfeits the security deposit and we'll move forward with a writ of execution.
Thank you. Mr. Akers, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Sir, thank you. May put your hand down. You were able to hear Mr. Toth just now regarding the settlement between the parties?
Yes, I believe I heard everything correctly, and I agree.
I just want to be clear that you heard everything. It's your understanding and agreement that you'll vacate the unit on or before January 31st, 2023, with the understanding that the plaintiff will waive the $4,400 in past due rent and the $580 water bill.
Correct. For
And that
also,
if you,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, if you vacate by that date, the security deposit that you have with the plaintiff will also be returned to you.
Yes, I understand.
And that if you fail to vacate by that January 31st date, all bets are off. You will forfeit that security deposit and all the other terms of the consent.
Yes, I understand.
And because you are appearing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I had a question for Stephen, if I was able to vacate the property before the 31st, if I was able to pick the security deposit up at that time.
When you're ready to vacate, you can contact me. I will
Okay.
meet you at the property. You'll turn the keys over and I'll present you with the check for your security deposit.
Okay.
Because you're on Zoom and Mr. Toth is present in the courtroom, the court doesn't have a signed consent. Do you have a consent judgment mocked up the way you need it?
I have a judgment, Your Honor, that I just have to finish filling in.
Would you please?
Yes.
Mr. Akers, because again, you're not here and he is here, Mr. Toth is completing that judgment form. And so long as it mimics the settlement that he just placed on the record, are you authorizing him to sign your name to it or the court to sign your name to it?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
And because the plaintiff is represented by an attorney, you are not represented, do you understand that this judgment will not be final and enforceable for 3 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now we'll just wait for him to finish completing it. I'll review it, sign it, and so long again as it mirrors the settlement placed on the record, Civil Department will mail a copy out to you at the address we have on file.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. I have questions. I have all kinds of questions. There is no reason why you would ever be there. Van Born and Middle Belt. I've been over there. Ask Jamie.
I didn't give you a lot of room, Your Honor, to sign because they had to add some things.
It's these darn lefties, I swear. Thank you, sir.
Hopefully you can read my writing, Your Honor.
I'm not one to talk. Mr. Akers, Mr. Toth has passed up the judgment and written in there is that the plaintiff may apply for an order evicting defendant. Defendant does not move out or on or before January 31st. There's no money judgment. Indicates that that the plaintiff waives all past due rent and past due water bills. And as long as you vacate by the 31st, plaintiff will refund the security deposit. If not vacated by the 31st, plaintiff will file a writ of eviction. That is exactly what Mr. Toth previously indicated. Court will sign it. What Mr. Toth did not do is sign it.
Oh, excuse
I'm
me.
gonna pass it back to you with Officer Brooks, so give me one moment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Akers, as previously indicated, the court is noting noting on the judgment that you have approved this by Zoom. It's going back to Mr. Toth for his signature, and then it'll be downstairs at the clerk's office to sign and mail out to you. Anything else, Mr. Toth?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Akers?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You have a wonderful day.
You too. Thank you.
And then this court will be in recess until the 11 o'clock trial. Thank you much. Sir, the file will be downstairs momentarily. I don't know if you want to wait for a copy of the judgment or in the mail to your office, if that'll be sufficient. Thank
Mailing
you.
will be sufficient, Your Honor.
Okay,
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
have a good day. Thanks for
You
getting
too.
this resolved.
defendant is in here.
Yeah, but she's going to be 15 minutes late.
Her attorney's in here. What's that?
She just got through Mary.
Oh, Sam's supposed to have something downtown. And he's on his way.
He's on his way downtown? or
No,
he's
he's
on
on
his
his
way
way.
here? Okay. It's his client. that's what it means.
Yes.
Okay.
The other side where we got 3 victims.
So, like, Amazon.
Oh, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's.
Is that what it is?
Fighting for the break in the 41.
Those would be interesting. She's the one that, the defendant's the one that demanded to see you. And she came in 4 hours late last time. We had to throw her out the building.
No, I remember it, but it's, okay, at our 2 o'clock appointment.
Oh, okay.
They can't jump on early to dispose of it, but. If they can't,
But we don't have to worry about anything at 2? Okay.
I said, we'll be around, so they can come on early, we can do it. I'm happy to do it.
On the Zoom? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
session you have with Lisa Ryan.
I know. Is there a reason why y'all are backwards? Don't switch. I'm just curious.
What's that?
Is there a reason why you're backwards?
Because he said there, Your Honor, so I automatically.
Oh my
said
gosh.
yes.
No, stay,
Oh
no,
my-
no, no,
you
don't
know-
move, don't move.
Well, you know what?
Stay where you are. You see how quick he threw him under the bus? This is 220670. This is City of Romulus versus Pavetta Williams. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the prosecution, despite my seating at this table.
In respect to Your Honor, Sam Ridgidala, P 62186, appearing on behalf of Ms. Williams, who currently joins us. Would you say your name for the court, please?
Thank you. You may be seated. Today is the day and time set for the trial in this matter. Mr. Greco, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Mr. Jadal, are you ready to proceed?
We are also ready, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any opening statement, Mr. Greco?
Briefly, Your Honor, this is an assault and battery case, actually 3 counts of assault and battery regarding an incident that occurred at the Amazon facility on the evening of September 19th, 2022. The victims here are Lisa Rankin, Christine Cooper, and Daricia Bradley. We do have an independent witness, Mr. Zachary Cooley, who works for a security firm there. We believe that when you hear the evidence, that it will be clear that the defendant was the aggressor in this matter and committed an assault and battery against each of the victims.
Thank you. Mr. Jadal, any opening?
Your Honor, at this time, I would reserve my opening and just respectfully request this court to enter a mutual sequestration order, Your Honor.
Thank you. If there is anyone in the courtroom who will be testifying, please step out in the hallway. If there's anyone viewing or listening to these proceedings this morning, same request that you stop listening or stop streaming this. No one's left the courtroom, so
No, Your Honor, we only have one independent witness. These are 3 victims.
thank you. Your first witness, Mr. Greco. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and independent witness is outside.
Okay.
Okay.
And sir, you are? Okay,
He's a son of one of the.
thank you. He said my mom and pointed, and I'm not gonna guess which one is mom. Your first witness, Mr. Greco.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I apologize. I just would like, when I meant the sequestration order, since all 3 are going to be testifying, I'd like them to each be testifying while sequestered, while the others are sequestered also.
You're asking for the 2 victims to go, other victims to go out in the hallway.
Yes.
Your Honor, this is all one incident. I understand Mr. Jadal, the defense counsel's concern here, but they are all victims in this matter and complainants in this matter.
And Your Honor, but I believe that the likely prejudice of them hearing each other's testimony outweighs the value of them as complaining witnesses staying in the courtroom.
Mr. Greco, the court will concur with Mr. Jadala. Whoever your first witness is, will have the other 2 step out in the hallway momentarily. Officer Garcia will have you sit right outside the door. And then once they testify, you have no objection to them remaining at the conclusion of their individual testimonies.
No, Your Honor, after direct examination, I have no objection.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call Lisa Rankin to the stand.
Ms. Rankin, would you step forward to this podium here right in front of me, please? State your first, you need tissue? First and last name, and then spell them both for me, please.
Lisa Rankin, and what else did you say?
Spell your first and last name.
Lisarankin.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you much. Come up here, please. Have a seat in the black chair that's closest to me. My secretary is recording your testimony. If she can't hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull that microphone closer, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Greco.
Yes, Ms. Rankin, please state your name for the record.
Lisa Rankin.
And are you currently employed?
Yes.
And where are you currently employed?
Amazon.
And how long have you been there?
2 years.
Okay, and what do you do there?
Front half nights, a packer.
Okay. Were you working at the Amazon facility during the evening of September 19th?
Yes.
And that's 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what shift do you normally work?
Front half night, so like 6:30 p.m. to 5 a.m.
Okay, and is that the shift you were working that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with a person by the name of Pravita Williams?
Yes.
Okay, do you know who Pravita Williams is?
Yes.
Is she in the courtroom right now?
Yes.
And where is she?
Right there.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness, victim identified the defendant, Ms. Williams.
Yes, sir.
And prior to September 19th, 2022, were you familiar with Miss Williams?
You know, I just seen her and, you know, like we work on the walls. I seen her like that, like in passing and stuff like that.
Okay, so prior to this evening of September 19th, you had seen her at work, but you didn't really know her.
Yes.
Okay, did you have any interactions with her that evening?
Yes.
Okay, what was the initial interaction you had with her that evening?
Well, I came to work and we look on the board to see where you scheduled to work. And as I was going to my ward to go to work, she was standing in a, like they got a green mile or just a hallway. And she was talking to somebody else. And when I walked by, the person she was speaking with turned and asked me, you know, what ward are you working on? And when she asked me that, then the defender or whatever she is, she proceeded to say that I was a rude bee because I seen her talking to this person, and then from there we argued, and then I went on down
Okay,
the
well, let
wall.
me stop you for a second. So you indicated you saw her, you were walking by someone, there was some interaction.
Yes,
You had said something and she referred to you as a B. Is that
Yeah.
shorthand for BITCH?
yes,
Okay, and then what happened?
and then we was going back and forth. Then we both
Just
proceeded-
arguing?
Yeah, arguing.
Okay.
Then we both walked down the aisle, and then she saying, you know, we were arguing. Then she was like, "I want to fight. I want to fight." And then I
Okay,
went on.
So she was threatening?
Yeah, she was
Okay.
saying she want to fight, and so I was like, "Well, you know, we face to face. She ain't doing anything." So I just was like, "She ain't worth even arguing." I went to proceed to go do my work.
Okay,
And she was, you know, walking back up down the aisle, screaming out stuff or whatever, and I
Just-
was screaming back to her. And
while you
then-
were at your workstation?
Yeah, while I was at the
Okay.
workstation, and then, one of the witnesses here, she was, you know, we were talking, and she was like, you know, you should say something to the supervisor, because I was just gonna let it go, because we had
Okay,
2 incidents before this day. And so I was talking to my supervisor about it. And then he was like, well, who is the person? And when he was asking me that, she was walking back. And then she proceeded, you know, I was like, that's her right there. And he went to say something, then she started arguing. We started
Again?
arguing again.
okay.
And
And then, so you were speaking with your supervisor, she comes up, you start arguing again. What's the next thing that
and
happened?
then
What did you do?
my supervisor was like, don't argue with her, we're gonna go to HR.
Okay, so
And
did
so
you go to,
I had to go to HR and
Okay.
tell them what happened.
so you went to human resources, right?
Yes.
That's for HR? Okay. Is that close by? Did you have
It's
to?
like up the stairs, like coming upstairs, like go up the stairs and then go downstairs
Okay.
to the front of the building.
Okay. And so what did you report to HR?
They wanted to know what incident, what had happened.
Okay, and
Because
then
they
you,
was familiar with this, because this wasn't my first time going in there about having an incident with her.
okay, so you're.
So they
indicating-
wanted to know what was the previous, what happened today. And so I told them what happened, and this was close to lunchtime, because we go to our first break at 10 o'clock.
So, and then- so your lunchtime would be 10 PM?
Yes,
correct?
10
Okay,
10 PM. So I went and told them what happened. And after that, we all went to lunch.
okay, so you left HR and then it was near lunch, and when you say
Yeah, went
we
to-
all, who went to lunch?
Me and the witness, the other 2 people in here, we all sit together.
Okay, would that be Curtistine Hooper
Yes,
and
Darisha
Darisha Bradley?
yes. And
Okay,
then someone else was over there.
okay,
we
so
were-
hang on,
Okay.
hang on, it's okay, it's okay. So, and then, so you left HR, then you got with your 2 coworkers and maybe one other person, and you went to lunch. Where, is there a lunchroom or something?
It's like a break, it's a lunchroom, but it's also a break area, like they have it throughout. You can go in the main lunchroom, and then just throughout their hallway, they have like 50 or 60 tables here, 50 or 60 tables in the front. So I'm in the back by the HR office where I went to.
Okay, so you go to a break room area, there's some tables, you and your coworkers sit
Yeah.
down for lunch. Do you bring your lunch?
Yes, I brought my lunch.
Okay. So then, did you sit down with Curtistine and Darisha?
Yes, I did.
Okay, then what's the next thing that happened?
So we all just sitting, talking about, you know, what happened, and, you know, they wanted to know the next step. And then I was sitting with my back turned, and I could just see their faces, and they was just looking like, and I'm looking like, what is they? And when I turned around, I seen her run up, and she was like, I'm just ready to fight. B, I'm ready to fight. and dropped her bag. And when I was proceeding to get up, because it happened so quick, she had struck me in my face. And then, loss prevention and security, they all had came out
Okay.
to move me away from the situation.
All right, let me stop you for a second. I think you said you were seated with your back turned. When you said she and she struck you, you're talking about who?
Her,
Who's that? Miss Williams?
Pravetta,
Pravetta, Miss
Yeah.
Williams, okay. And when you were describing the people in front of you, you're saying the faces in front of you looked like somebody was coming?
yeah, they was looking
Okay,
like, where's she coming over?
then you get up and turn around and there's a confrontation.
Mhm.
Okay. And she struck you first?
Yes,
Okay, where did she strike you?
like on the side of my face,
With what?
her fist, yeah, it had to be her fist.
Okay, then after she struck you with her fist, what's the next thing that happened?
Loss prevention, they had, pulled me away from the situation.
Okay. Did you fight back in any
I
manner?
didn't get a chance to do anything because they had me back, away from her. They was breaking up because they were saying whatever they was telling her in the office, she had got up and ran out. And that made them come to see because they never sent nobody. Just
Okay.
while they telling you what's gonna happen, you should get up and run out the office.
Your impression of the incident was that she had just left HR after you had
She did,
reported
because
her.
the office is right, I sit right
Objection, Your
outside
Honor,
the office.
speculation.
Okay. Well, foundation is she's sitting close to the HR office, so she came out of there?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
I'm sorry. When the attorneys say objection, they know that you are not supposed to answer the question, and I'll have Mr. Jadala, his objection was speculation, and
Speculating
Mr.
as to what occurred in a room that she wasn't a party to.
Your Honor, I don't think she had indicated what had happened in the room, only that this appeared to happen right after she was met with HR. I don't know, speculation if she's saying.
She speculated, the court heard some speculation that there was some discipline for the defendant or something along their lines, something happened in the room, but
Also, I believe what she said is that what she thinks occurred is that she had left the room while they were still talking to her. And it's impossible for her to know what occurred in the closed doors while she's outside of those closed doors.
objection sustained. And Mr. Greco, your response was in part that Ms. Rankin had laid a bit of the foundation, but
That's fine. I
hope you understand where I'm going.
I'll move-
Okay.
Yes, I'll move on. Your Honor. After the defendant struck you, you had indicated, just to get back on track, you had indicated that loss prevention was there pretty quickly, correct?
yes.
Okay. And did you observe anything with respect to your coworkers, let's start with Curtistine Hooper. Did you observe her do anything at that time?
Well, they had pulled me further away, and when I looked down there, she was into it with Darisha Bradley,
Oh, when you say she was, who was?
Miss Williams.
Ms. Williams.
Yes,
So you've been pulled away pretty quickly from the incident.
yes,
And the next thing you recall is you look over and you see Ms. Williams into it with Ms. Brad.
yes.
Okay. When you say into it, what do you mean? Describe.
Like trying to fight her too.
Did you see any interaction between Ms. Williams and Curtistine Hooper?
Well, she was trying to break up Miss Williams and Darisha. And she swung at Chris, we call her Chris. She
Chrissy.
swung at her too. And
Ms. Hooper?
yeah,
Okay.
because she was trying to stop them two from whatever they was doing.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened? Did everything get broken up?
Everything got broken up, but for some reason, they didn't have Miss Williams under control because she had ripped off Darisha's shirt. Darisha was in her bra when I looked back down there, and she still was trying to get at me. And they already had a loss prevention person in there, where she was still swinging in my face. She took a cup off I had like a metal tumbler. She threw it at me. She was throwing hand sanitizer, forks, just all over the place. And they had kept saying, call more security over to escort her out.
Okay.
They just had us, well, they had me held, but she was all over the place.
Did you get struck by any of the items that she was throwing?
No, I did.
Okay. And how did the situation eventually get resolved?
After they called a lot of security over, they escorted Miss Williams out the building, and then after that, we all was put in different rooms, and they called the police, and they called the ambulance up there because they wanted to see, because I had a knot on my head.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. No, ma'am, not yet. Mr. Jadala.
Thank you, Judge. So I want to take you back to September 19th, 2022. Could you remind me around what time this occurred?
10 o'clock?
That would be PM?
Yes,
Now, were you outdoors or indoors?
indoors.
Indoors. Now, you made some comments that there was 2 prior incidents, correct?
Yes,
And Ms. Williams had gone to HR and complained about you, at least on 2 prior occasions, is that correct?
I don't know.
When you say there were 2 prior incidents, what occurred in those 2 prior incidents?
The first incident, first of all, I'm a learning ambassador at Amazon, so that's the person that teach people that come in new. You teach them how to pack, you know, how the situation works over there. So someone had been gone for a while, and they asked me to come over and retrain this person. And when I went to that wall, Miss Williams was on the end, sitting on the counter, looking down at us. Where you're supposed to be doing your work, but she was sitting on the counter, looking down at us, and we was just all talking. And in general, just talking about how we work there, how people, they offer people, you know, DTOs to go home, and some people don't take it. And when they don't take it, they don't want to work. They
So-
want to stay
so-
at work, and you do their work for them. And that's what we was all talking about.
And you were talking loudly enough so
Yeah.
Ms. Williams could hear you, correct?
It's loud in the building, so we talk loud,
So,
period.
and what happened on the second occasion? Do you remember when that first occasion happened?
I don't remember the first occasion, but when that first occasion, when she left, that first occasion, she walked by me, because it's like a little stepping stool, because people have to reach in different chutes to get the item to pack. When she walked by, she bumped me with her book bag. She took her book bag over her shoulder and she hit me with it. But I didn't say nothing because I thought maybe it was a mistake. I wasn't gonna worry about it, but I wasn't gonna let her get in my space anymore. And then I got it in my phone. I think it's like July. I work in different spots. So they have a spot called Problem Solve, when they had issues with packages, so you go up there. So I pack in the cage, and then on the outside of the cage, it's like 4 people going this way. And they help the people if the item is missing, if it can't be found. So at this time at Amazon, sometimes it be, I don't know the exact word, but it frees up where at this time we don't have no work. Everything is at a standstill. So at that time, you can load up your boxes, you can clean up, you just stay in your area until the line starts back up. So I came out my cage and I was talking to somebody like along this rail right here. I'm talking to them, so I'm getting ready to go back. But when I go back, I see Miss Williams coming up. She doing something to her clothes, but I'm not paying no attention. I'm against here. She got this whole outside to walk by, but she chose to bump up against me. And so when she bumped me, then we had words. And I asked her, you better watch it. And she was like, what? And I was like, you heard me, you better watch it. And her words was, she laughed and she was just like, I don't want to have to be an old AB,
It's fine.
a old ass bitch. And then I was like, and where they do that at? And so then we proceeded to argue then. And my supervisor, she was like, no, we gonna go to HR. So we went to HR and we talked about what had happened and we came back. So, well, I came back. I don't know what they did with Miss Whip. I went back. And meanwhile, we still in not doing any work. Miss Williams, if I already went to HR, and I'm sure they called you because that's what they do, they want to hear both sides of the story. Now you back up there. We don't have no packages. It's nothing to be packed. Why you up there? Cause you being messy, you need to stay at your station like you supposed to be. And when I even went back that same day to HR, I was like, well, now she up here in my space for what? Because she's supposed to be at her station. And I don't know what they did with that. And so
But
that
isn't
was it.
Isn't it true on those two instances that Ms. Williams went to HR first and reported your conduct? And they
I don't
talked to
know
you
if she went,
afterwards?
I don't know if she went first. I just go by when my supervisor tells me to go. She could have went first. I could have went first. I don't know. They don't tell us who go first.
No,
It's
there
just
was-
reported.
There was multiple occasions when you guys were working in proximity, close to each other, where you would speak at her and not to her with other people. Isn't that correct?
No, because the first time I ever worked with her, I already noticed that she wasn't a good worker. And because she watching TV on the phone, the things that you're not supposed to be doing. And every time she come on my aisle, I don't want to work by her because I don't want to do my work and your work.
you
So
have
we
a
never
problem-
worked together. That,
So-
we haven't
Ms.
worked
Rankin,
together like that.
I'm sorry.
So it would be safe to say that you had a problem with her from the first day she began work. Is that correct?
I just know she wasn't a good worker.
Okay. Now, when the police came out on September 19th and they asked you your side of the story, isn't it true that you told them that you were arguing about her being a lazy worker?
No,
Now, isn't it true that while she was in the HR and where you and these two other women were sitting, that Miss Williams has to pass by there in order to go to her destination?
when you come out the HR, you can go left to go where you going. You don't have to come out of HR and come directly where I'm at. When you come out of HR, it's not like I'm right there. You can go out and go down the hall. I'm 2 or 3 tables over. So when you come out, I'm not right at the door. She could have came out and went to the lunchroom, but she didn't. She came out and ran right over there to where we were.
If she wasn't going to the lunchroom and she was going somewhere else,
It's
she'd have to
nowhere,
walk past you,
it's
right?
nowhere else to go. It's either you come out to the left to go to lunchroom, left to go back, right to go back to our workstation where you're not allowed to be, or come straight because you come in a fight. Cause it's
How far
nothing
away,
there.
how far away are you from her when she walks out of HR?
Like where I'm at, she way back there out that door, outside them doors.
No. Your testimony is that Miss Williams approached you and 2 other women, correct?
Yep, she came to the lunch table.
Now, when she approaches you and 2 other women, is it true your testimony is that the 2 other women are holding you back rather than holding Miss Williams back?
No,
So you testified earlier that when Miss Williams allegedly hit you, they came to your aid. Is that correct?
I said when she hit me, loss prevention came out. They were across the table. They didn't need to come to my aid. Loss prevention had came to move me away from the situation.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor, I have nothing further for this.
Thank you.
witness.
Ms. Rankin, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. If you wish to stay in the courtroom, you may.
Your Honor, for the next witness, we'd like to call Darisha Brad.
Mr. Greco, step to your right just a little bit for me, please. Good afternoon, ma'am. Hi, come right up to this podium for me, please. State your first and last names and then spell them both.
Okay, my name is Darisha Bradley, first name Barrishia, last name Bradley, Bradley.
Ms. Bradley, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you much. Come have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me, please. My secretary is recording your testimony this afternoon. If she can't hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Greco.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bradley, please state your name for the record.
Darisha Bradley.
And are you currently employed?
Yes.
And where are you currently employed?
Amazon.
Okay. And how long have you been employed at Amazon?
A year and a half.
Okay. And were you working at Amazon during the evening of September 19th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. That evening, did you have any interaction with a person by the name of Pravetta Williams?
Yes.
Okay. Is Ms. Williams in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Are you able to identify her?
Yes.
And where is she seated?
Right there.
Again, Your Honor, just let the record reflect that this victim, this witness has identified the defendant, Ms. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Prior to September 19th, 2022, had you had any interaction with Ms. Williams?
No.
Okay. Had you seen her at work?
I've seen her, yeah.
Okay, but you had no like personal interaction?
No.
Okay. All right. On the evening of September 19th, 2022, you indicated you had some interaction with her. What was the interaction? What happened?
Well, it was our first break, which usually is lunch where we eat. We were sitting at the table and where we're eating, and she came storming out of HR's office. And she
Okay,
hit,
well, let me stop you for a second. So you're on your lunch break. Where are you sitting? What are
we're
you doing?
sitting at a table that's like diagonal across from HR.
Okay.
And
What-
Lisa is sitting in front of me, and we're sitting like in front of each other. Like this.
So you're saying Lisa Rankin is sitting across from you?
Yes.
Okay. And who else was there with you?
Chrissy.
Chrissy, that's Miss Hooper?
Yes, Miss Cooper.
Okay, Miss Hooper.
And she was sitting next to Lisa.
Okay. And I think you testified that Ms. Rankin's back is to the HR door?
Yes.
Okay. Now what happened? So you're sitting there?
Yes, Lisa had brung us some food in that day. We was eating Popeyes, and she came charging out of HR's office.
When you say she, who are you referring to? The defendant, Ms.
Defendant,
Williams?
yes, Ms. Williams.
Okay. So you're there. Did you see her leave the HR office?
No, we was talking, so we didn't even see her coming.
Okay.
I didn't see her until she was hitting Lisa.
Okay. So describe what happened. You're sitting there across from Lisa. What exactly happened?
I'm sitting there, we're talking and we're eating, and she comes out of HR office, and next thing I know, Lisa head goes like this because she hits her, and she continued to hit Lisa in the head. And
Okay.
that's when I got up out my chair and I pulled her off of her, and because Lisa had fell on Chrissy, and Chrissy picked Lisa up. That's when the loss prevention and HR ran out to try to de-escalate everything. So after I had got them apart, she had got up off the floor, and I'm standing there.
When you
and
say who got off the floor?
Miss Williams.
Miss Williams, okay.
Yeah, she had got up off the floor. They was trying to separate everybody, and I'm just standing there. So after they had got Lisa, Miss Williams went to go attack Lisa again.
Okay.
And so when she went to go attack her again, I pulled her away again, like, no.
Pull who
And
away?
Miss Williams.
Okay, you're trying to get in front of Miss Williams? Or
No,
pull-
I was actually behind her,
Okay,
pulling her away. And I'm like, no. And so I don't know exactly who pulled Lisa at that moment because I was pulling Miss Williams away. And then after I pulled Miss Williams away, she stood there and she was, still ranting. She was throwing everything in front of her, the napkins, silverware, cups, she was throwing everything. And so after that, she was just standing there and she was still, ramping at Lisa, calling her
So
OB. She was
okay.
gonna be her A. Going on.
An old bitch? Is that-
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
then she went to go try to attack her again. And I'm like, where's security? Then I went to go grab her, like, no. So that's when she turned around.
Okay, let me stop you for 1 second. Now, you had indicated that you saw Ms. Rankin get struck by Ms. Williams, correct?
Yes,
And then you got up to assist in the situation.
yes,
And then I think you indicated loss prevention.
yes,
Okay. Is there a difference between loss prevention and security?
yes,
Okay, got it. So loss prevention was there first. correct?
yes, because
Okay.
I think they were talking to her in the HR office, the
Okay.
head loss prevention
All
guy.
right, well, let me ask you this. From the moment that you observed Ms. Williams strike Lisa, Ms. Rankin, and you got up, how quickly was loss prevention?
They didn't move that fast.
Okay,
I ain't gonna lie to you, they ain't move that fast. They
Okay.
could have been there a little faster.
okay, they could have been there a little faster.
Yeah.
So you had the first interaction with Ms. Williams?
Yes,
Okay, and, okay, so you were pulling on Ms. Williams to try and get her off,
yes.
Lisa? Okay. Did Ms. Williams ever strike you?
Actually, yes, she swung on me a couple times. She ripped off my shirt. And because after she couldn't attack Lisa anymore, she turned around and said, I'm going to go get her friend. Those were her exact words. I'm
No.
going to go get her friend.
And was that you?
Yes,
Okay, it was directed at you?
yes.
Okay. And what did she do at that time?
She went to go attack me, swinging on me. Now just stood back like this as she kept swinging. Then she grabbed my shirt and ripped my shirt off.
Okay. And, you're standing there without. a
Yeah,
shirt
yeah, I'm
on?
standing there. Chrissy, she came in between us because Chrissy saw her swinging at me at this point, and Chrissy came in between us to try to stop her from swinging on me now. And she's like, no, no, no. She swung and hit Chrissy.
Okay, all right, Lisa, so you had this interaction with Ms. Williams after Ms. Rankin was separated. Was she
Yes.
with loss prevention at this time?
Yes,
Okay, so loss prevention did eventually come and
yes,
get, okay. And then you're indicating that Ms. Hooper, Chrissy,
yes.
got in between you.
And Miss
you
Williams
observed Ms. Williams
swinging on her. Yes.
swinging on her and striking her or stringing on her? and
No,
nothing?
she striked her.
Okay,
She hit her.
okay. Did security eventually come?
Security was there, but they didn't like grab anybody or break anything up until I guess Miss Williams just finally like gave up and she was like, all right, and then she walked out. Like security didn't work her out or anything. She grabbed her belongings and walked out herself.
Other than you attempting to pull off Ms. Williams of Lisa or restrain her, during this entire time, was anybody else trying to restrain Ms. Williams?
No.
And then Chrissy just got in between the two of you?
Yeah, because she saw that Miss Williams was at that point attacking me,
Okay,
swinging on me. So she got in between so that we can de-escalate that part.
okay. And then you indicated security eventually showed up.
Yes.
Okay. And how did the matter resolve?
Security came and got me. She came, it was a lady security guard at the time. She came and got me and took me into the HR room and they got Lisa and then they got Chrissy. They separated all of us. They kept us all separated until they was able to get the police there and we made our report and then they examined us to make sure that we was okay. And then they walked each of us out separately by security.
Okay, to your vehicles or to
Yes,
leave?
they walked us all the way to our vehicles
Okay.
because they wanted to make sure that Ms. Williams was still there on the property.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala.
Thank you. So, Ms. Bradley, you testified that you worked at the Amazon Center for a year and a half now,
Yes,
and have you known Ms. Rankin that entire time?
no.
How long have you known Ms. Rankin?
I didn't really know her up until like I seen her, but we never had conversated.
Okay, so was it by chance that you and Ms. Rankin were eating together that day?
Miss Rankin, you mean Lisa? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you was talking about her.
Talking about Lisa, I'm sorry.
Lisa, yeah, Lisa.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I've been knowing Lisa since I started there.
Okay, so
She kind of like took me under her wing. That's practically my godmother.
Okay. So, were you familiar that Ms. Rankin and Ms. Williams had issues prior to September 19th, 2022?
Yes,
And without telling me, I don't want to know anything that you guys talked about, but you had talked about Ms. Williams alone, you and Lisa, is that correct?
she had told me that she had an incident.
I don't want to hear what was said. just
I
wanna
wasn't
know
saying
if
what
you
was
guys-
said.
Yeah, but you guys had conversations about Ms. Williams prior to September 19th, correct?
Yes,
And they didn't like each other, correct?
that I don't know.
Whether it was, so on September 19th, Did you know an incident had occurred between Ms. Williams and Lisa?
That day, yes,
So you had known that an incident had occurred,
yes,
and you guys, you and Ms. Rankin and your other friend, I believe, Mr. Cooper,
hmm
knew that Mrs. Williams was in a room about 20 feet away from you, correct?
in HR's office.
And HR, correct?
Actually, we didn't know that they had took her to HR office. We didn't know that she was in a room at that time at lunch. Cause she was supposed to go earlier when they had first got into it. So we thought she had went earlier when that incident first happened.
And once Ms. Williams leaves the HR room, in order for her to go to where she needed to go next, she'd have to pass you, isn't that correct?
Technically, no.
And you saw Ms. Williams when she came out of HR, isn't that correct?
No, I didn't see her coming out of HR, no.
Would your face have been to her or your back to her when she walks out of HR?
It was like from a side, so it would have been from the side.
And so her testimony is today that there was a fight and Ms. Williams and Ms. Franking were fighting, and your initial reaction was to take Ms. Williams off or Ms. Franking off and avoid the situation.
I took Miss Williams off and Chrissy took Lisa.
And when that occurred, there was no security and there was no loss prevention, correct?
No, they were on their way.
How long would you say in between you grabbing Ms. Williams and loss prevention and or security coming out?
Loss prevention, probably not a good 5 minutes. They had came out after, I guess, they realized what was going on. They came straight out. And the security's all the way up at the front, so it's probably about 5 minutes for them that came.
So it took 5 minutes for one and then 5 minutes after for the other?
Yeah.
Anything further, thank you.
Mhm.
Anything else, Mr. Greco?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Bradley, who initiated the physical altercation between Ms. Williams and Ms. Rankin that night?
Ms. Williams.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. You may step down. If you want to stay in the courtroom, you may. You're welcome.
Your Honor, for our next witness, we call Christine Hooper.
Ms. Hooper, come straight forward to this podium in front of me, please.
Sorry.
That's okay. State your first and last name and then spell them both.
Curtistine Hooper, Curtistine, Hooper, Hooper.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Come have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me, please. My secretary is recording your testimony. If she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull that microphone closer, okay? Thank you. Mr. Greco, your witness.
Yes, Ms. Hooper, please state your name for the record.
Curtistine Hooper,
And are you currently employed?
yes.
And where are you employed?
Amazon,
Okay. And how long have you been employed there?
2 years and probably a few months.
Okay, okay. Were you working at the Amazon facility during the evening of September 19th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with a person by the name of Pravetta Williams?
Sure did.
Okay. Prior to September 19th, 2022, had you had any interactions with Ms. Williams?
So just working on the wall together, maybe we laughed about something or passing each other because we getting a product off the wall. or something
Okay,
like
so
that.
she was a coworker, worked there,
Yes.
but no real,
No.
I'll say, in-depth interaction?
No,
Okay. Is Ms. Williams in the courtroom today?
yes, she is.
Okay, where is she seated? At defense. Your Honor, again, let the record reflect that this victim has identified the defendant, Ms. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, did you have any interaction with Ms. Williams during the evening of September 19th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And, well, what interaction was that? What happened?
Did I tell the whole story?
Well, start
Get
with,
into the-
okay.
the scene, everything.
Well, let's start with, you worked, what shift did you work?
It was the evening shift.
The evening, and what's the time of that?
We had lunch around 10 o'clock, so between
Oh.
10 and 10:30.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with Ms. Williams prior to 10 o'clock that night?
No,
Okay. Did you have any interaction with her during your lunch break at 10 o'clock?
yes.
Okay. What was that interaction? You can,
So,
from,
okay.
yeah,
So I was sitting next to Lisa right here, and I'm sitting right next to her, so to the right of her. And it's out the corner of my eye, uh, Lisa was in my lap. So I seen her hand and it hit Lisa, and Lisa fell into my lap. And Lisa said, pick me up. So I picked Lisa up, and I seen people getting Miss Williams, pulling her away. And I'm just like, well, I got Lisa, I'm just gonna push her away down that way. But she's over there and she's still coming this way. Miss Williams still coming this way toward Lisa
let me stop you for a
Oh,
second. So
sorry.
you're sitting at a table,
at a table.
having
for
lunch?
Yes.
Okay,
I had shrimp and my shrimp were ruined. We had chicken and
okay,
everything. I'm sorry.
okay, it's okay, it's okay. So, and what you're indicating is that you saw out of the corner of your eye, you
Uh-huh.
saw Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Okay, and what did she do?
Like she was reaching over, but apparently she punched her in the head.
Okay,
And Lisa fell into me.
okay, when you say she punched her in the head, how do you know she punched her in the head?
It was the left side of Lisa. And
Okay, just
yes, her right side fell
fell
in
into
to
you.
me, and I don't know how I even turned around that fast, but it's like in my lap.
Okay, all right, and then you got
I got Lisa up and
All
I
right,
moved
Ms.
her
Rankin?
to the
Okay.
left. We were sitting next to a conveyor belt as well. It's like full of metal. So just got her up and I was pushing her to the left. Lisa wasn't fighting or anything or pushing me out the way. I was just moving her out the way because people had Miss Williams and pulling her. And I seen over my shoulder to the right that she still was coming for Lisa, and I'm still trying to push Lisa this way, and Lisa's going that way. And I believe that's the security guy came and took Lisa down that way.
Okay,
And so when I look to the right, I hear, oh, I'm gonna get her friend. And that's when I see Miss Williams walking toward, I call her Risha, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce her real name.
Risha.
And I seen her
All
doing like this, Miss Williams doing like this, and Risha moving back. So I ran to Risha, grabbed her, and I was moving her that way, because it was like it was a bunch of people trying to pull Miss Williams away, and she's still getting away. So they really didn't have her,
okay,
and she was still swinging. And so as I had Risha, we going this way, we walking this way. Risha not pushing me. She's not fighting me or fighting nobody. She's not doing anything. We just walking this way,
yeah,
moving this way real fast. And that's when I kept looking over my left shoulder, like I see things coming. Miss Williams is throwing things like napkins. I know it's a computer with a keyboard there. It was napkins. It was a napkin holder. I don't know. It was just a bunch of things. Whatever was on that table, it was being thrown at us. And she
okay.
was still coming that way toward us, and people still trying to hold Miss Williams back. But she
When you
still
say
was-
people, was
it was like it was loss prevention. It was one other lady that I worked with, and it was, I don't know, it was another security guy. It was a bunch of people, at least 4 or 5. It was people.
Did you see any physical contact? I think you had, but I just want to be clear. What was the physical contact, if there was any, that you observed between Ms. Williams and Ms. Bradley?
Her swinging, Risha moving back. I didn't see anything before that. But
Okay. Did you see Ms. Williams strike Ms. Bradley?
she tried to strike her, but she moved back, and that's when I got in between them.
Okay. Did Ms. Williams strike you?
Yes.
Okay,
So
where
as
did she
she's
strike
throwing
you?
things and everything at us, we're still trying to get away, and she's being held back, but it's not working, and she's still coming our way. So eventually I kept looking over my left shoulder. Like I said, I was seeing the things, and I looked again, and that's when she swung and hit me in my left cheek.
Okay, so Ms. Williams punched you in the left cheek.
Yes.
Okay. When you were moving Ms. Bradley away, did she have her shirt on?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did she have a shirt on when you guys started lunch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, did you see what happened where her shirt got removed? Was there a struggle?
No,
or
I didn't see
anything?
that part.
Okay, okay, fair enough. All right, after you got struck by Ms. Williams, okay, what happened next?
I turned around and that's when, I guess, I don't know if they pulled her away. I'm not really sure about that part, but
Okay.
I know she was away. And then that's when I went over to the table and I sat down and M Care came to me and I was like, oh, where Lisa at? I looked to the right. she
Who's
was down there.
M-Care? What's
M Care, that's the medical
Okay,
people at our job.
okay,
And I was like, where Lisa? And I looked to the right. Lisa was all the way down there with security and Miss Williams made her way down there to Lisa. So I'm thinking I'm gonna have to dart all the way down there, but security was handling it. So she was still trying to get to Lisa, but security was right there and then
Okay.
it ended.
So even after security was there, Ms. Williams seemed to be approaching Lisa, Ms. Rankin
Mhm.
still?
Yes.
Okay. How did the incident resolve that evening?
I eventually went to M Care and I don't know, my adrenaline, I don't know how it dissolved, but I guess she left.
Okay, but you didn't see, they
Yeah,
moved
I
you,
didn't-
did they
yeah.
move you somewhere to a room?
Yeah, me into M Care, we were all split up. I don't know where the other two went.
Okay, so you didn't see how it finally resolved with Ms.
No.
Williams? Okay, just you got moved somewhere
Mhm.
during this incident.
Yeah.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Your Honor, I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Hooper, thank you for your testimony. You may step down.
Sure thing.
You're free to stay in the courtroom if you'd like. Thank you.
Your Honor, for the next witness, the people call Zachary Cooley.
Oh, yeah. Do you remember the stolen phones? Good afternoon, sir. I am wonderful. How are you?
I'm good.
State your first and last name and then spell them for the record.
Zachary Cooley, Zachary Pooley.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you much. Please come have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me. My secretary is recording your testimony. If she can't hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull that microphone closer, okay? Thank you.
Mr. Pooley, please state your name for the record.
Zachary Pooley.
Okay, and are you currently employed?
Yes,
Okay, where are you currently employed?
I am employed through Securitas, that is working at the Romulus Amazon.
Okay, what's the name of the company?
Securitas.
Securitas?
Yes.
Okay, and you work at the Amazon facility?
Yes.
So is that like a private security contractor?
We're just contract. I don't know if it's private, but we work at other Amazons. I am currently at the one in Romulus.
Okay, okay, and what is your position?
I'm a security supervisor.
Okay. And were you working during the evening of September 19th, 2022?
I believe so.
Prior to September 19th, 2022, had you had, I'll strike that. During the evening of September 19th, 2022, did you have any interaction with a person by the name of Pravetta Williams?
I don't know, like, unfortunately, I don't know any names before it happened.
Okay.
There's a lot of people that work at Amazon, unfortunately, but I don't know names from there. I might have, because what we do is we make badges as well. So anyone that would need a badge would come up to the desk.
Okay. Now, you know you got subpoenaed here for a case, the city of Romulus
Yes.
versus Pravetta Williams, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have an idea of who Pravetta Williams is now?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Because you can know her now. So,
Okay.
okay, so if you know who Ms. Williams is now, do you know if you had an interaction with her during the evening of September 19th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Is Ms. Williams, the person you had an interaction with that evening, in the courtroom today?
I believe so.
Okay. You say you believe so is because she was wearing a mask?
Yes.
If I ask you to ID her, would you like her to pull down the mask to make sure it's Ms. Williams?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you're comfortable doing so, yes.
Do you recognize the person sitting at that table?
I do.
Okay, who is that person?
Provetta Williams.
Pravetta Williams, okay. All right, so on the evening of September 19th, 2022, what was the interaction that you had, Ms. Williams? What happened?
Well, my shift was about to end. We talked with the other supervisors, let them know what's going on. And then basically we get called to help out in a situation. We didn't know what it was.
Okay, so you're about to clock out, it sounds like,
Yes,
you're saying, and then you get called to a situation.
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So then as I go to the situation, I bring myself and another officer to go figure out what's going on. And then I see in between LP, another woman.
Is LP loss prevention?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
LP loss prevention. And then basically he's standing in between two people. And all I see is something's going on. So I try to stand over there, figure out what's going on. She's trying to come at another person.
When you say she, who?
Rita Williams
Ms. Williams, okay.
was trying to go after someone else. And that's when she tried to swing. She ended up hitting loss prevention. And that's when I put my hand out, open hand. And then after that, we were told to escort her off the property, which we escorted outside the door and made sure she left.
Okay. So I think what you're indicating is that you saw an interaction, you saw Ms. Williams take a swing at someone,
Yes,
not connect with the person, but connect with the loss prevention officer,
yes,
who's not here right now, correct?
correct.
Do you know that person's name?
Yes, but I'm not for sure. I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name.
Okay, but he's not here.
No.
And you recognize him as an loss prevention employee?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recognize, or would you recognize who the person is that Ms. Williams was attempting to strike based upon your observation?
I believe so, but I would have to see it. It happened a couple while back, and unfortunately, I still work, so I see a lot of people every day.
Okay, well, do you know if the person is in the courtroom that Ms. Williams was trying to strike?
Yes,
Okay, so you are able to identify.
I believe so. Like I said, it's just happened a lot, and I'm just
Okay, well, let's,
I'm sorry, did you just say it happens a lot?
it happens a lot. As in, you see a lot of people through Amazon. and-
Okay,
okay.
thank you.
The, let me ask you this. Do you know the name of the person now that you saw Ms. Williams attempt to strike that night?
Yes.
What's the name of the person?
I'm sorry, I don't actually. I'm just getting a little nervous, and I don't know why.
It's okay. That's why I just want to make sure. Because you seem a little bit, I can't tell if you're being equivocal or unequivocal about whether you know who she tried to strike.
All I know is that I was stopping someone from trying to attack someone,
Okay.
and then I gave my report to the police, and then I was told to come here and testify.
Okay, okay. Let me ask you this. I'm gonna step to my right. Do you recognize the person in the courtroom that Ms.
Yes.
Williams was attempting to strike?
Yes.
And which one of the ladies? One on this side, two, and then three.
3.
Number 3. Okay. So is this person the one that you saw Ms. Williams attempt to strike?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness identified Ms. Rankin as a potential victim.
Yes, sir.
Okay. After you observed Ms. Williams attempt to strike Ms. Rankin and you saw her strike the loss prevention person,
Mhm.
you indicated you stuck your hand out in between to kind of get in between.
Yes.
Right? Okay. What happened next?
From there, we were told to just try to separate the two. So that's when we were told to kind of have her back up, which she did. And then as I was speaking with her, I asked her to,
Her, you mean Ms. Williams?
yes,
Okay.
that she'll have to walk out, and then Me and the other officer walked her out. I just tried to make conversation, just because sometimes when this kind of stuff happens,
Sure,
try to calm down, ask her what happened.
yeah,
A lot of cussing, then quiet, and then so we just walked her out
okay.
to the front of the building.
Did she say anything to you about what happened earlier prior to you getting there?
No,
Was it your understanding based upon the events that were in front of you when you got there that some stuff had happened before you got there?
yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala.
On September 19th, did you have an opportunity, or any time thereafter, did you have an opportunity to speak to the police regarding this incident?
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
Yes. At any time after September 19th, did you have an opportunity to speak to the police about this incident?
About this one, no.
Did you ever give a statement to the police regarding this incident?
Yes,
Okay. And so you spoke to the police and you gave them a statement?
yes,
Okay. Now, if you recall, during that statement, didn't you tell them that you saw Ms. Williams exit the HR department?
no,
No? You never told them that you saw her exit the HR office and drop her bag at the door?
no,
No? And can you gauge, or do you remember how long it was before you were given the call that there was an incident, and how long it took you to get to the incident?
it took me less than a minute. It's very close. I would say I arrived right as I'm guessing from what you told me, is dropping her bag, but she was already heading towards that person where LP was in the middle of them.
So you saw Ms. Williams approaching who you identified as Mrs. Lisa Rankin,
Yes,
and you saw her approaching from where
where
HR is to their table, correct?
Yes,
And that's when you first get sight of the incident, correct?
yes,
And your testimony is that you saw my client swing at Miss Rankin, correct?
yes,
And then that's when you separated?
never separated. LP was already in the middle,
Okay,
because from what I understand is that when she exited HR, from there is what I saw is her going after her, which is why LP was in the middle of them.
okay,
And then after that, there was a swing, because that's when we're just there just to make sure, because we're not supposed to be hands-on unless it needs to be. And then when she tried swinging, she had LP, that's when I just stood in between, and I put my hand out like this. And then from there, tried to back her up.
she complied with you when you backed her up,
Yes,
and you eventually had her exit out of the premises, correct?
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Greco,
Nothing further, Your Honor, for this.
thank you. Mr. Pooley, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. Your next witness, sir.
Your Honor, at this point, the prosecution rests.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala.
I'd like to make a brief motion that we use this, not to, Your Honor. And I understand that motion for directed verdict is something that you take in light of favor to the non-moving party. When I've heard the testimony of all four witnesses, and if I'm not mistaken, based on my notes, I believe the prosecutor has failed to establish venue, a critical element in this case. And Your Honor, we just ask that you consider dismissing this matter, because that is a critical element, and the case has been closed. I don't believe he has linked the city and the county in which this has occurred to where the incident allegedly has occurred. So that's the motion I am making, Your Honor, and we ask you to respectfully consider.
Mr. Greco.
Yes, Your Honor. In response, here appearing on behalf of the city of Romulus, not aware of a jurisdictional issue prior to this day. I'm not aware of an element of the crime that I need to establish with respect to this. And we have talked about an Amazon facility that we know is located here in Romulus.
Do we?
I know one was here. I can't recall if I said Amazon facility located here in Romulus during any of the testimony. I don't know. I've never faced a motion like this. I don't know what the standard is with respect to a directed verdict concerning charges that have been brought and a jurisdictional issue not being raised up to this moment in time. It's not an object to the motion, Your Honor. I don't know.
You would object to the motion?
Yeah, well, my response is
Anything else, Mr. Greco?
no, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Now, I know, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to remind the court that venue needs to be established via testimony through a witness in order for it to be established. And it's a critical part of every crime. And it's the prosecutor or the city attorney's burden to do it in this case, Chief, Your Honor. And I would just direct your attention, Your Honor, if the court wants to take its time in ruling on my motion, I have no objection. It's just that in 21 years of practice, Your Honor, it's a mental checklist that I've done in every trial I've done in 21 years.
Just as a response, Your Honor. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't recall. I mean, I normally say where, but I can't. I would normally say here in Romulus, right? And I can't recall if I did honestly. That would be my normal way of asking, but
I understand, Mr. Greco, and typically, I'm like Mr. Jadal, I'm a few more years of practice, but I make notes to myself regarding the fact that venue has been in fact established, and I know for sure that neither Ms. Rankin, Ms. Bradley, or Ms. Hooper said it. I thought that Mr. Pooley said that he was assigned to I thought multiple Amazons, but he said to Amazon. I don't think he ever said the city.
He did say, he said he works at a Amazon in Romulus.
In
Your Honor,
Romulus.
but he never linked his workplace with the alleged incidents. He just said that he works at an Amazon in Romulus, as well as other Amazons. There needs to be a nexus between his testimony and the incidents we're talking about. He didn't say, while working at this Amazon in Romulus, this occurred. He just says, I work at Amazon for a third-party company, Securitas, and one of them happens to be in Romulus. Never linking, never having the nexus, I'm sorry for city judge, never making the nexus that that's the workplace he was at when this incident occurred.
How long would it take you to go back to 1234? Can you do that? Can you do it in there? If you keep your seats, we're gonna take a brief recess so I can listen. Thank you. I see the people here for 1 o'clock. We're wrapping up the trial, so give us a moment. Sorry. 12:34 is when his testimony started. Keep your seat. It's gonna take Mary in a second to get back up. Thank you. We're back on the record in 2206770 OM. This is City of Romulus versus Williams. Mr. Jadala, as the defense attorney for Ms. Williams, made a motion for directed verdict based on the prosecutor's failure to establish venue in this case. The court stepped off to hear the recording of these proceedings. And Mr. Poole did indicate that he works for Securitas, that he's assigned to the Romulus Amazon, and that's where he was on the date in question. That being the testimony of the security supervisor, the defense motion for directed verdict will be denied in its entirety. Mr. Jadala.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, if I could have a few minutes with my.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Austin,
Yes,
are you here for Hamtramck Recycling or for J&M Towing?
for J&M Towing.
And ma'am with the purple shirt, your name, please? Ma'am, with the purple and gray shirt on?
Oh, I'm sorry, Denise Fowler, I was muted.
That's okay. You're the office manager for J&M Towing?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Corporal Haynes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
This case is scheduled at 1 o'clock. I have not seen anyone here from Hamtramck Recycling as of yet. My policy is 15 minutes after the scheduled start time. I am somewhere in a criminal trial. So if you would sit there muted, if someone is not here from Hamtramck Recycling, I'll take a break and as close to 1:15 as possible, call your case so I can get you on your way. If somebody from Hamtramck or an attorney representing them appears, Mr. Austin, I'll probably put you into a breakout room so that you can speak.
Perfect. That works. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
When I saw Haynes, I was like, did I have some? What else? Me either. Last thing he says to me is, "Hey, will you be home at the regular time?" I'm like, "Oh, sure." It's that super loose one. And it's very strong. Smell it before you pour it out. Is that when you were working at Liberty Tree?
Yes.
Was it?
You see the results.
Is there something you want to tell us? Now's a good time.
When it comes falling down.
Looks like marble.
Yeah.
That's because it was very expensive per fish. Could've gone IP.
They did.
I look at it all the time.
My sinuses, I look at. A lot of that's sure.
Get it in the spring back and forth.
Right at this time, we call Ms. Williams to the stand. Come to the podium.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Come have a seat, please, in the black chair closest to me. Mary Ann's recording your testimony. If she's unable to hear you, I ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Williams, I want to take you back to September 19, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes,
And did you have an incident occur with Ms. Franklin?
yes.
What occurred that day with Ms. Franklin?
Do you want me to start leading up to that day or just start strictly? from
Let's
that
start
day?
with September 19th. If you're more comfortable and the court doesn't object, it may be hard to hear you with your mask on. If you want to take off your mask.
Sure.
Let's start with September 19th.
Okay, I can start with that day. That day, I came in, just a little background, Lisa, she doesn't like me for her own reasons. She has her own reasons. I don't know, but she has her own reasons. And the beginning of the day, we have like something that's called, the morning meeting. We work at night, but they always say morning. It's a morning meeting on what they call the Green Mile, where the supervisor say, hey, this is our goal for today, those kind of things. And then everybody depart and proceed to their work area. I'm on the Green Mile and I'm speaking to a young lady that I chat with while we're working together. And she walked up late to the morning meeting and she's asking me, what is the meeting about? I'm telling her what is the meeting about, what she missed. It's really nothing about our goal for the day, those kind of things. As she's asking me more questions, Lisa walks past her and whispers in her ear. And she started laughing and she's like, oh, where you working at? And I stopped and I was like, that was rude as HE double hyphenated. I said, that was rude as hell. And she was like, no, bitch, you rude. Just like that. And I just laughed, like, you know what, let me go to where I'm about to go. And she was like, yeah, I thought. She's like, you be talking all that shit. That's what I thought. She was like, you ain't saying nothing. I said, I'm not in the business of going back and forth with you. I said, you old enough to be my mother. She said, yeah, and I whoop your ass like you my kid.
So what happened next?
I walked to my area and she was, her workstation was before mine. So she got to her wall first, but she didn't ever actually go in the wall. She stood on the end of the wall on the outside, like the end cap of the wall. Now I'm steady walking down to a further, it's like wall 22 or something like that. I'm walking straight ahead. And she like, and everybody like, oh my God, like what happened? Cause they just hear people going back and forth. They're like, what happened? They're like, nothing, ain't nothing happened. She just talking as usual. She just talking. So she like, oh, all she do is talk. And she was like, but she don't ever want to fight. I kept going to my station. I was gonna wait for a break to go to my supervisor, but we had like a lot of stuff going on the wall, like our stuff broke down, those kind of things. So when maintenance or whoever came over to fix what was going on our wall, I took it upon ourselves to go to HR. Well, I'm going to my supervisor first to let him know because this not the first exchange between me and Lisa. It's not the first one at all. This was more like the third.
And did you go to, so did you finally get your break? Did you do anything once you got your break or while maintenance was happening?
Well, you want me to skip past with my supervisor or go straight to?
Did you talk to your supervisor?
Well, I walked up to him when I found him. She was there talking to him, so I was waiting. And I guess.
When you
where they
say
was-
she, who's she?
Oh,
was
Lisa,
talking?
I'm sorry, Lisa.
So Lisa was already talking to the supervisor.
Yeah, I don't know what they were talking about, but she was in front of him asking him something or something.
Okay, and then what happened next?
I waited behind, like in the middle of the aisle. I waited for them to get done talking. And while I'm waiting, she was like, that bitch right there. And my supervisor, he's shocked. He's like, whoa, like, what's going on? So I'm like, I didn't say nothing because I don't want to further escalate the problem. I said, I'll wait till you get done talking to her. So he said, well, go to the area. I'll come over in a second. I said, okay. While I'm walking to my area, the girl, Derisha, come up like, yeah, they want you in HR. They want you in HR. So I turned back around. I go to my supervisor. I said, someone want me in HR? He said, no, when somebody wants you, I will come get you. Not another employee. I will come get you. I said, okay. I went back to my area. He came and got me later on in the day, which was right before lunch. Lunch is like 10 o'clock.
So HR did come that day to talk to you?
My supervisor came and got me and escorted me to HR. Correct.
Okay, now, prior to September 19th, did you ever have an incident before with Ms. Rankin?
Yes, twice.
And what were those incidents about?
The first incident, it was on the wall and she was, as you heard testify, she just have a loud demeanor when she talks. Her voice is just loud. So when she talks, she's never quiet about anything. So on the wall, the first incident, we're on the same working wall and she was like, oh, she lazy as hell. She lazy. And they were just talking about me saying I'm having sexual relations with a married man at the job, all kind of things. And I'm like, why is this lady always in my business? Like, which I wasn't, but why is me always on her mind? Like, she just always worried about me, and I've never had any exchange with this lady whatsoever.
Did you do anything about that when you?
Yes, I went to my supervisor and I told her about it, and I went to HR. I went above my supervisor head because I feel like they were cool. Like, they've been working there longer than I have. I was new. So I went above her head so that the matter can be addressed.
Okay, did anything happen after that incident?
After that one, no. It was what's happened after the second incident.
Okay, so was there another incident?
Yes.
That you had with Ms. Rankin?
Yes.
What happened there at that point?
Earlier I stated, it's an area at work called Problem Solve. It's two sides of Problem Solve. It's like a counter. It's one side where the employees who work at Problem Solve work, and it's the other side where employees who pack go to Problem Solve when they have an issue. So we're both on the outside, not the inside. She was not working at Problem Solve. We were on the outside skirts of the counter on the same walkway. The walkway is only this big when you're going up to ask about an item at the Problem Solve desk. I waited, I see her there, so I'm waiting until she get done at the counter, so we're gonna be up there at the same time. When she proceeded to walk away from the counter, I proceeded to walk to the counter. When I'm walking to the counter, she bumped me, and then she said, bitch, watch it, watch it. I said, no, you watch it, you bumped me. And that's when there was another exchange. Once again, I went to my supervisor and I went over my supervisor again. I even have a letter where I got from my supervisor's boss stating, thank you for addressing your
Objection,
concerns in the workplace.
objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm
She's
sorry.
testifying about a letter from somebody that we've not seen in evidence regarding a supervisor and what somebody said.
Your Honor, I don't want to respect that part at all.
Thank you.
Well, I went above my supervisor's head and just talked to her boss.
So
That
there
was
was,
all.
so prior to September 19th, there were two separate instances that you had with Ms. Rankin that led you to go both to your supervisor and HR, correct?
Yes, after the second incident, they actually moved her up upstairs to a different department. I was on the first floor. They moved her up to the second floor.
So you know that Ms. Rankin knows that you went to HR on her at least two prior occasions, correct?
Correct.
So now I want to take you back to September 19th. September 19th, eventually, as you testified, HR calls you into the office, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they speak with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, once you're done speaking to HR, you leave HR, correct?
Correct.
Were you directed to go somewhere from HR? Did they tell you to go somewhere? Or where were you going after you left HR?
It was lunchtime. I was going to what they call a marketplace, which is combined with the cafeteria.
Okay, and is that where you buy stuff to eat?
Correct. And it's tables to sit down and eat at.
Okay, so as you're walking out of HR, what do you see?
I see all three of the alleged victims sitting outside of HR to the right at a table.
So they're not eating in the cafeteria.
Correct.
They're eating at a table outside the
of
cafeteria.
HR. Correct.
Outside of
the
HR.
cafeteria. Correct.
Okay, and so once you see them, what happens?
I proceed to walk out and go to the right near the restroom and the cafeteria, which is right across from each other. As I pass their station, Lisa throws a chicken bone at me.
What happens next?
I approach her and I said, "What the fuck is your problem?"
And then what happened?
We started fighting.
And once you begin to fight, does anybody else come to the scene?
Yeah, the security guard came to the scene first, and at that point, I was on the ground, but I seen him. I'm just kicking at this point because it's all three of them, and it's just me. He's trying to break it up, and that was the first person I seen after we started fighting.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Greco, before you begin, Mr. Austin, this is 225938 GC, GZ. This is Hamtramck Recycling versus Romulus Police Department and J&M Towing. May I have your appearances, please?
James Austin on behalf of J&M Towing.
This case was scheduled this afternoon at 1 p.m. for hearing on the plaintiff's petition regarding the reasonableness of towing fees previously assessed when the parties appeared back on December 20th, 2022. The court did advise that both corporations had to be represented by an attorney and adjourned the case to this afternoon, my apologies. It is now 1:14 by this court's clock. There is no one responding to the call on behalf of the plaintiff petitioner, Hamtramck Recycling. That being the case, Mr. Austin, unless you have any objection, the court will dismiss the petition in its entirety.
No objection at all, Your Honor.
Thank you. The petition is hereby dismissed. Anything else, Mr. Austin?
Nothing further.
Anything else, Corporal Haynes?
No, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Everyone have a good day.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Greco.
Your Honor, I have no
Oh, sorry.
questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, you may step down, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony. Your next witness, Mr. Judala.
No further witnesses, Your Honor. The defense rests at this time.
Thank you. Closing, Mr. Greco.
Yes, Your Honor, you've had the opportunity for the last hour or so to hear all the testimony with witnesses from the prosecution and the defense. The defendant choosing to testify on her own very briefly right now. I did not hear any testimony whatsoever from the defendant that contradicts any of the allegations of the victims in this matter. The only thing that was different is that she alleges, which has not been established by anything else, that a chicken bone was thrown in her direction and then they started to fight. With respect to the details about the striking of each individual victim, I think the testimony is not contradicted at this point in time. They've testified about what they've testified about. You heard from an independent witness who did not see the initial incident between these women, but also testify about the hostility and anger and the swinging of the defendant, Ms. Williams, toward Ms. Rankin by an independent witness who really didn't know any of the parties at this point. I think by preponderance of the evidence, by the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the prosecution has established through the credibility of the witnesses and the weighing the credibility of the judge, assault and battery charges, and that the court should find the defendant guilty on all three.
And I respectfully just want to take this court's attention back to the testimony. The only independent witness here who has no dog in this fight, as they say, and that would be Security Officer Mr. Zachary Pooley. Mr. Zachary Pooley's testimony is that he may not have been there when it started, but he viewed Ms. Williams come out of HR. That's when he first got sight of her. His testimony today was he saw my client walk out of HR. For some reason, my client approached. He saw him swing. He instantly got in the middle of them. You had Miss Williams subdued, and Miss Williams left. This independent witness has told you that part of his job is to be security here. He has no reason to lie, no reason to embellish. Mr. Pooley did not talk about multiple people getting hit. Actually, what he testified to is a person getting struck that isn't even a part of this case, and that would be a security or a loss prevention officer. Didn't testify to someone losing the shirt. He didn't testify to either Mrs. Bradley or Mrs. Hooper being assaulted. His testimony was he saw her as she walked out of HR, first laid eyes on her, and what he saw was an exchange between my client and Miss Rankin. My client, despite having the absolute right not to testify on your behalf, took the stand and explained to you why she approached. There was obviously animus between Miss Rankin and my client. There's obviously a history. There's obviously a history where neither party likes each other, and lack of a better word, they both tattled on each other to their supervisors and to HR. And they both know this. And there's some animosity between them. The court can choose to believe, and I believe what makes more sense is that my client wouldn't, unprovoked, walk into an ambush of 3 people. That she sees 3 people who are friends, that they testified, they brought food for each other, they had chicken, and they're eating, Your Honor, and my client to walk into unprovoked, to go and engage Miss Rankin unprovoked, without being assaulted herself with something being thrown at her, makes no sense. My client has given you clarity on why she approached Miss Rankin. And the reason for approaching Miss Rankin was because there's animosity, there was a heated argument that had already taken place, and Miss Rankin decided to escalate this situation by throwing something at her. Nothing further. We ask you to find a defendant not guilty.
Your Honor, defense counsel's argument regarding the defendant not looking for a fight is contradicted by the independent witness, who indicates that she wanted to continue to fight at the end of the situation after everyone was separated. This court's obligation to look at the credibility of witnesses, I believe, with all the witnesses that are here, the testimony that she found guilty of assault and battery with regard to for each individual.
Thank you. When this case began, Mr. Jadala asked that the 3 victims be removed from the courtroom, sequestered, so that their testimony would not impact or influence the other. And this court was extremely hesitant to do that, as my practice has been to allow victims to sit in the courtroom for the entirety. I am glad that Mr. Jadala made that request, because the court was able to hear all 3 of the victims separately. And although their stories differ a little bit in what they knew, when they knew, leading up to September 19th, what the problems were between Ms. Williams and Ms. Rankin, what they say happened at that table on that night, 10 o'clock-ish, is relatively consistent. They were sitting there eating food that jointly served them, and Ms. Williams approached the table and swung on, and hit Ms. Rankin first. There was some discrepancy in the testimony on all the parties as to who pulled Ms. Rankin back, but it was clear that someone made an effort to separate Ms. Rankin and Ms. Williams, and that Ms. Williams continued to be the aggressor in this case. And at some point by her own testimony, Ms. Bradley was hit by Ms. Williams, although the other witnesses could not necessarily testify that Ms. Williams actually made contact with Ms. Bradley. Ms. Bradley testified to it. Same for Ms. Hooper. Ms. Hooper testified that she was hit by Ms. Williams. That being the case, the court will find Ms. Williams guilty as charged on all 3 counts of assault and battery. Count 1 was as to Ms. Rankin, count 2 was as to Ms. Hooper, and count 3 was as to Ms. Bradley. Mr. Jadala, would you like this court to refer the matter to probation? Or would you like to move for an immediate sentencing in this case?
And I believe this court may benefit from a PSI. We just ask for if sentencing date can take place on Zoom if this court would permit.
Zoom?
Yes, Your Honor.
Absolutely. This court will refer the matter to probation for PSI. The sentencing will be on Zoom. The probation department schedules the sentencing date, so I can't give it from the bench. I'll have notices sent to the victims in this case. If any of the three of them wish to appear at that time or provide a statement, the court will review it and consider it. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
No, Your Honor, we just want to thank the court for its attentiveness throughout this trial. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience this morning. There had been a previous no contact order entered at the time of the arraignment. That, of course, remains in place until this matter is resolved in its entirety.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This court now stands adjourned. Oh, that's not true. We stand in recess because we'll be right back at 2 o'clock. I don't do that. I throw it down this thing, but it's hard to get to.
No, I mean, I'll throw it downstairs.
You know about the magic sheet?
It's 2 o'clock live.
2 o'clock is on Zoom, because we're not holding. But I don't know how early Ms. Moisezian and Mr. Sullivan will be here,
Okay.
be on.
Okay, so somebody's gonna be in the courtroom?
Just making sure that the court's clear. before we
Understood,
walk
thank
out.
you. Hmm?
Someone's gonna be in the courtroom?
Me,
Part of
nobody
it's-
physically will be here.
Oh, okay,
I'll be out here on Zoom for it.
okay.
Okay.
Somebody's-
Well, I'm hoping that Sullivan got a hold of his client to tell him not to appear.
Want that off?
This has been 2 hours in the works.
You want that off then, the TV?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Would you mind letting me know if would you mind letting me know if the hallway's clear?
Oh, yeah.
I just want to make sure that there's no problem. Like I told you, is that when you got 3 people testifying against you, it just gets fucking hard. That's before you have to say anything.
Exactly. They just, she can fight. That's all.
That's all. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't push. At least you- She wouldn't.
Hi, Sona.
I don't know if they put that much thought into it. So I think we got a disproportionate number. I do wonder though.
Please accept my apologies. I had taken Mary Ann's permissions away while we were sitting on a live and I forgot to make her host again. We were wondering why you all weren't here. So thank you, Mr. Sullivan, for reaching out and letting us know that you're sitting in the waiting room.
I know that we often have technological problems, so yeah. I usually assume that I'm in the wrong place. Because
No,
that's
it was
oftentimes
me.
the case.
We've been waiting since like 5 minutes to 2, and I kept saying it's unusual for them both to be late. This is 220830FY. This is State of Michigan versus Marcus Murray. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sona Mobsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
And good afternoon, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Andrew Sullivan, P84261, representing Marcus Murray. He was just here on Zoom, and now it looks like he's rejoining. He's the Samsung device. Mr. Murray, can you hear us?
His audio is still not connected.
Hello?
Mr. Murray, yes, can you put your name on the, just state your name for the judge.
Marcus Murray.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. There's count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder. There's the misdemeanor domestic violence that travels with it. Ms. Moisizian, are the people ready to proceed?
Judge, we are not. After that probable cause, I believe was a couple weeks ago, I did have an opportunity to speak to the parents.
Ms. Moisizian, every time you turn your head, I lose you.
Sorry, I know people keep telling me that. My apologies. Marcia Gee, I did have an opportunity to speak with the complainant. She was aware of today's date and time. She indicated to me that this is not something she wishes to pursue or cooperate in, and therefore we are unable to proceed in this matter without her.
Given that, Judge, the defense would make a motion to dismiss the case for the witness's failure to appear.
Based on the witness's failure to appear, the defense motion to dismiss is granted. Anything else on behalf of the people?
So that is all. Thank you, Judge, and thank you for agreeing to have this by Zoom. I do appreciate that.
Absolutely. Anything else, Mr. Sullivan?
Nothing additional. I echo that appreciation, Judge. Thank you for allowing us to participate by Zoom.
Absolutely. Mr. Murray, good luck to you, sir. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You too as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Now, Mary Ann, that
Thank
does
you.
conclude
I'll see
our
you
day.
later.
Court will stand adjourned.